Close your eyes, dear friend. Let this moment be a gentle arrival. You do not need to be anywhere else. You do not need to do anything more. Right here, right now is enough. Take a slow, deep breath in and slowly, gently breathe out. Once again, inhale the cool air, filling your chest, your belly, and then release, letting go of tension, letting go of weight. With every breath, feel your body sinking deeper into stillness. With every breath, notice the quietness of the present moment. You are safe. You are held. You are at peace. Tonight, I invite you to rest in the teaching of the Buddha, a teaching that is both simple and profound. Right speech. In the Noble Eightfold Path, the Buddha gave us 8 jewels, 8 guiding lights that lead us from suffering toward freedom, from confusion toward peace. One of these jewels is samavaka, which we call right speech. Right speech is the art of speaking with truth, with kindness, and with purpose. The Buddha taught us that words are not light or meaningless. They carry power. They can build bridges or burn them. They can heal wounds or deepen them. They can bring harmony or create division. So what is right speech? The Buddha explained it simply. We must avoid 4 kinds of harmful words. We avoid false speech, words that deceive or mislead. We avoid harsh speech, words that cut, words that hurt. We avoid divisive speech, words that separate friends, words that create conflict. And we avoid idle chatter, words that waste energy, words without meaning. Instead, we are encouraged to practice words that are gentle, honest, and nourishing. Words that bring peace. Words that unite. Words that shine like a lantern in the dark. Take a moment now, breathing gently, and reflect on your own words. How many times have you been lifted by a single kind phrase? Perhaps a soft compliment that gave you strength. Perhaps a few gentle words that comforted you in sorrow. And how many times have careless words left you wounded, echoing in your heart long after they were spoken? This is the power of speech. Like honey, kind words soothe the heart. Like poison, harsh words bring pain. What we speak, we release into the world, and what we release eventually returns to us. As you rest tonight, know that these stories are not just stories. They are gentle companions, soft reminders of how precious every word can be. As you listen, allow the images to rise in your mind like dreams. allow your heart to open to their lessons. And if sleep comes, let it come naturally. Even in your dreams, the wisdom of right speech will settle deep within you. Imagine now your words as seeds. Each word you speak is a seed you plant in the garden of life. If you plant seeds of anger, of harshness, of lies, the garden will grow with thorns. But if you plant seeds of truth, of kindness, of compassion, the garden will bloom with flowers. Every seed matters. Every word matters. So, as you drift into rest, let us water the seeds of wholesome speech. Speech that is true. Speech that is kind. Speech that is gentle. Speech that brings peace. Now, take another slow breath. Inhale deeply, hold gently, and release. Feel your body sinking deeper into comfort, the muscles of your face relaxing, the weight of your shoulders dropping, the rhythm of your breath steady and calm. Tonight, you do not need to solve anything. You do not need to fix anything. You only need to listen and to allow these teachings to become part of your rest. The Buddha once said, "Words have the power to both destroy and heal. When words are both true and kind, they can change our world." Tonight, let us choose healing. Let us choose sweetness. Let us choose the gentle honey of right speech. With every story you will hear tonight, you will discover the power of words, the echo that always returns, the bridge that can be built, the sweetness that can transform bitterness, and the silence that can speak more deeply than noise. Rest now, soften your heart, and enter the stream of stories. Stories that are not only meant to guide you, but also to lull you into peace. When you are ready, let us step into the first tale. The Echo in the Mountains. Long ago, in a quiet valley surrounded by high mountains, there lived a little boy named Kavi. He was playful, curious, and full of energy. Every morning, he would run through the meadows, chasing butterflies, or follow the small streams that sang between the stones. His laughter often echoed across the fields like the song of a bird. One bright morning, while running after a golden butterfly, Kavi wandered farther than usual. His small feet carried him to the foot of a tall mountain he had never climbed before. The mountain stood silent, yet majestic, as though it were listening. Excited, Kavi cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted into the vastness, "Hello, who's there?" To his surprise, the mountain answered back, "Hello, who's there?" Kavi's eyes widened. "Who are you? Why are you copying me?" And once again, the mountain replied, "Who are you? Why are you copying me?" The boy frowned. He shouted louder, "Stop it, I don't like you." And the mountain thundered back, "Stop it, I don't like you." Kavi's heart pounded. His face grew hot with anger. He believed some invisible child was mocking him, hiding somewhere in the rocks. Tears welled up in his eyes. He turned and ran all the way home, his small hands wiping his cheeks. When he reached the village, he went straight to his mother. "Mama," he cried, "there is a boy in the mountains. He is mean. He says he doesn't like me. He repeats everything I say, and he makes me feel angry." His mother listened quietly. She held his hand and stroked his hair. Then she smiled, a gentle smile that carried both kindness and wisdom. "Come, my child," she said softly. "Let us go together. Perhaps the mountains will teach us something today." So they walked hand in hand back to the same place. The mountain stood just as before, silent and tall, with clouds brushing its shoulders. The mother took a deep breath and called out, her voice tender and calm, "You are my friend." The mountain answered, "You are my friend." She spoke again with even more sweetness, "I love you." The mountain returned, "I love you." Kavi's eyes widened. He looked at his mother with astonishment. "Mama, it's a nice boy now. He is kind." His mother knelt down and placed her hands on his shoulders. She looked gently into his eyes and said, "My dear Kavi, there was never another boy. It was your own voice returning to you. The mountains always give back what we send to them. If you shout in anger, you will hear anger. If you speak with kindness, you will hear kindness. Life, too, is like this mountain. What you give to the world will find its way back to you." The boy grew quiet. His tears had dried. He thought carefully about his mother's words. That day, when he played again near the mountains, he tried something different. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Thank you!" And the mountains replied, "Thank you!" He laughed, this time with joy. He whispered, "You are beautiful." And the mountain whispered back, "You are beautiful." From then on, whenever he visited the mountains, Kavi always sent out words of love and joy, and the mountains always returned them, like an old friend echoing his heart. Words are like echoes in the mountains. What we send out will come back to us. If we speak in anger, we will meet anger again. If we speak with kindness, kindness will return. Every word is a seed, and every seed will grow into fruit. So, dear listener, let us remember, when we choose our words carefully, when we let our speech be gentle and true, we are shaping the echoes of our own lives. Now, breathe in softly and breathe out slowly. Feel the truth of this story settling in your heart. Imagine your words as echoes traveling through the mountains of life. Let them be sweet. Let them be healing. Let them be kind. As you rest, you can trust that every gentle word you plant will come back to you, like the echo of love in the mountains. And now, let us journey on into the next tale, carried by the soft rhythm of your breath. The monk and the harsh tongue. Once, long ago, there was a quiet monastery resting on the edge of a forest. The monks there lived simply, rising with the sun, tending to the gardens, chanting softly, and sharing meals in silence. Among them was a young monk named Sona. He was devoted in practice, eager to learn, and always trying to follow the Buddha's teachings. But in the same monastery lived another monk, older in years, but not yet gentle in heart. His name was Dhammaja. Though he knew the scriptures well and could recite many verses, his tongue was sharp. He often spoke harshly to the younger monks, pointing out their mistakes with anger instead of compassion. When Sona spilled a little water while serving tea, Dhammaja scolded him. "Clumsy boy, you will never be mindful if you cannot even pour tea correctly." When Sona forgot a verse in the chanting hall, Dhammaja hissed, "Your voice ruins the harmony. Sit quietly and do not disturb the rest of us." Each word struck Sona like a stone. Though he bowed respectfully, inside he felt wounded. His heart began to shrink, and he doubted himself. He practiced diligently, yet the harsh words echoed in his mind even at night, keeping him from sleep. One evening, the abbot of the monastery, an old and wise teacher, noticed Sona sitting alone by the lanterns. His shoulders drooped. His face was heavy with sadness. The abbot asked gently, "My child, why is your spirit so burdened?" Sona hesitated, then whispered, "Master, I try to follow the path. I try to serve, to learn, to practice. But the words of Brother Dhammaja cut me deeply. I cannot forget them. I feel small, unworthy, and afraid." The abbot closed his eyes for a moment, listening with deep compassion. Then he said, "Sona, words are like arrows. Once released, they cannot be taken back. But remember, not every arrow needs to pierce your heart. You can choose to let it fall to the ground. The tongue can be a weapon, yes, but it can also be a balm. A harsh tongue burns like fire. A gentle tongue soothes like cool water. Both kinds of words live in this world. Which ones will you allow to shape you?" Sona bowed and breathed deeply. He felt comfort in his teacher's wisdom. The next day, the abbot called Dhammaja to his room. He spoke firmly, yet kindly. "My brother, I have heard your words to the young monks. Though you are learned, your speech causes harm. Remember, knowledge without compassion is like a lamp without light. It cannot guide anyone. If your tongue wounds, your learning is wasted. Dhammaja frowned at first, unwilling to admit fault, but the abbot continued. The Buddha taught us, harsh speech is like carrying fire in your hands. You may throw it at another, but first it burns your own fingers. When you spit bitterness, it is your own heart that turns bitter first. Do you wish to poison yourself with every word? The older monk lowered his eyes. In that moment, he realized that his sharp tongue had not only hurt the young monks, but had also filled his own heart with unrest. His nights were never peaceful. His anger was his own prison. He bowed deeply to the abbot, and for the first time in many years, he wept. Forgive me. I have wounded others, and I have wounded myself. From that day forward, Dhammaja practiced silence. When he felt anger rising, he held his tongue until it passed. Slowly, he learned to replace harsh words with gentle ones. When a monk spilled water, he would smile and say, "Be mindful, but do not worry." We all learn through small mistakes. When a voice trembled in chanting, he would softly encourage, "Breathe, my brother. Let your heart sing the words." The monastery began to change. The young monks no longer feared him. Instead, they respected him, for he showed them not only knowledge, but also kindness. His sharp tongue, once like a blade, had become like honey, sweet, soothing, and healing. The tongue is small, but its power is great. A single harsh word can linger for years, like a scar on the heart. A single kind word can heal a wound, like a balm upon the skin. When we speak with anger, we burn ourselves first. When we speak with compassion, we nourish both others and ourselves. So, dear listener, may we be mindful of our tongues. May we pause before we release our words. May we ask, is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? If so, let it flow like sweet water. If not, let us remain silent. Now, take a slow, deep breath in and let it go. Feel your own tongue resting gently in your mouth. Feel the peace of silence, the calmness of kind intention. As you drift further into rest, remember, your words are powerful. They can harm or they can heal. And you, dear friend, have the choice. Let the lesson of the harsh tongue soften your heart tonight and prepare you for the sweetness of the next story. The sweet word, the bitter word. Long ago, two travelers walked together across a wide desert. Their journey was long and tiring, the sun heavy above their heads, and the sand stretching endlessly in every direction. The first traveler, whose name was Ananda, carried a gentle heart. He often sang softly to himself, noticing the beauty of the sky and the play of light on the sand. The second traveler, Mara, was quick-tempered and restless. He often complained about the heat, the dust, and the endless road. One afternoon, their water flasks grew empty. Their lips were dry. Their throats ached for a single drop of water. Just as despair began to rise, they saw in the distance a small village. The roofs of clay houses shimmered in the sun. With hope, they hurried toward it. At the edge of the village, they met a woman carrying a jar of water on her head. She looked at them with cautious eyes. Ananda bowed gently and spoke in a sweet voice. "Dear sister, we are weary travelers. Might you share with us a little water to soothe our thirst?" The woman looked into his eyes and saw respect, kindness, and humility. Her heart softened. She lowered the jar and poured fresh water into their flasks. "Drink, my brothers," she said. "May your journey be safe." Ananda bowed deeply, gratitude shining in his face. "May your kindness return to you many times over." But Mara, standing beside him, frowned. He snatched his flask and muttered bitterly, "Is that all? Just a little? You villagers are always stingy." The woman's smile faded. Her heart closed. She lifted the jar back onto her head and turned away without another word. Later, as they sat in the shade of a tree, Ananda sipped gratefully at his water, feeling refreshed. But Mara looked at his half-filled flask with anger. "This is not enough," he grumbled. "These people are selfish." Ananda looked at him quietly and said, "Brother, it was not the people who were selfish. It was your words. Sweet words opened her heart. Bitter words closed it. We both met the same woman, but we received different gifts. Our words shaped our fortune." Days passed, and their journey continued. One evening, they arrived at another village. This time, Mara was the first to speak. He remembered what Ananda had said, and though it was hard for him, he tried to soften his voice. At the well, he approached a villager and said, "Friend, we are travelers. Would you kindly share some water with us?" The villager smiled warmly, filled both their flasks, and even offered them food for the road. Mara was astonished. As they walked away, he whispered, "It is true. Sweet words bring sweet fruit." Words are seeds. Sweet words, spoken with respect, open doors. Bitter words, spoken with anger, close them. The Buddha taught, "Speak only the speech that does not wound. Speech that is pleasant is welcome." We may walk the same road as another, face the same trials, meet the same people. Yet the words we choose will shape our journey. Sweet words are like honey. They draw hearts near. Bitter words are like vinegar. They drive hearts away. Now, dear listener, as you breathe softly, reflect on your own journey. Think of a time when a kind word lifted you. Think of a time when a harsh word weighed you down. Feel in your body how words carry energy, how they linger long after they are spoken. Breathe in gently and breathe out slowly. As you exhale, let go of the bitter words you may have carried. As you inhale, fill your heart with the sweetness of kind speech. The desert travelers remind us, in every step of life, we have a choice. We can plant bitterness, or we can plant sweetness. We can speak vinegar, or we can speak honey. And what we plant will be what we harvest. As you rest tonight, let your words, even in thought, be gentle. Let them flow softly, like cool water across the tongue. Let them be seeds of peace, blooming silently in the heart now. Let the story settle within you like a lullaby, your breath steady, your heart light. And as you drift deeper into stillness, prepare to cross another bridge of words, the story yet to come. The Bridge of Words. In a distant land, two villages stood on opposite sides of a wide river. The river flowed strong and restless, its waters deep, its current swift. For many years, the villagers crossed the river by boat, trading goods and visiting friends. There was peace between the two shores, and laughter carried across the waters. But one summer, a dispute arose. A farmer from the eastern village accused a farmer from the west of stealing sheep. The words that were spoken were not gentle. They were words of anger, words of accusation. Soon, one harsh word led to another, and what began as a single quarrel grew into a wall of resentment. Neighbors stopped greeting each other. The ferryman refused to carry passengers from the other side. The laughter across the river fell silent. The river seemed wider now, more dangerous, though its waters had not changed. What had changed were the hearts of the people. In the eastern village lived an old carpenter named Rahu. He had seen many years and knew the ways of human hearts. One morning, a wealthy farmer came to him and said, his voice sharp with anger, "Build me a fence, Rahu. Build it high and strong, so that I will never again see the people from the other side." Rahu listened quietly. He nodded, but in his heart he sighed. Instead of gathering wood for a fence, he gathered wood for something else. For many days he worked by the river, hammering and shaping. His hands were steady, his eyes calm, as though guided by something deeper than anger. The villagers watched in curiosity. "What is he building?" they whispered. And slowly, piece by piece, Rahu's creation took form. It was not a fence at all. It was a bridge, a strong wooden bridge stretching from the eastern shore to the western shore. When the farmer returned and saw the bridge, he grew furious. "This is not what I asked for. I wanted to shut them out, not bring them closer." But just then, something unexpected happened. The people from the western village had also gathered. Their elder stepped onto the bridge and walked across. He bowed deeply and said, "Brother, for too long our words have divided us. Let us meet again, not with anger, but with peace. This bridge is not only wood, it is a path back to each other." The angry farmer stood still. His fists, once clenched, slowly opened. He looked at the faces before him, faces that once had been his friends. He remembered the laughter, the trading, the kindness they had shared before. Harsh words poisoned their hearts. With tears filling his eyes, he stepped onto the bridge. He bowed, and for the first time in many years, he said, "Forgive me." And the elder replied softly, "Forgive me as well." From that day, the two villages were joined not only by wood and rope, but by the renewal of kind speech. The river no longer felt like a barrier. The bridge stood as a reminder that words, too, can be bridges. Words can bring us together, just as they can tear us apart. A harsh word builds a wall. A kind word builds a bridge. When we speak with anger, we separate ourselves from others. When we speak with compassion, we cross the river of misunderstanding. The Buddha taught, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." Let us choose words that unite. Let us choose words that heal. Let us speak so that our words are not fences, but bridges. Now, dear listener, breathe deeply. Inhale. Hold gently. Exhale. Feel the rhythm of your breath, like the flow of the river. With each breath, imagine building a bridge in your own heart between you and someone you may have been distant from. A bridge of forgiveness, a bridge of kindness, a bridge of gentle words. Let this image carry you deeper into stillness. You are safe. You are whole. Your words can be bridges. And now, as the night deepens, let us step softly into the next story. The Honey and the Vinegar. In a busy marketplace where merchants called out their goods and children ran between stalls, there lived two shopkeepers. One was named Heron, a man with a gentle voice and a patient smile. The other was named Koru, known for his sharp tongue and bitter manner. Their shops stood side by side. Heron sold sweet honey, golden and fragrant, gathered from the bees in the nearby hills. Koru sold vinegar, sharp and sour, brewed from old barrels. Every morning, customers came to the market. Some stopped at Heron's stall. He greeted them with warmth. "Welcome, my friend. May your day be bright. Would you like to taste the honey? It is sweet as the morning sun." The customers smiled, tasted, and felt the kindness in his words. They bought his honey not only for its flavor, but because they enjoyed his gentle company. At the next stall, Koru barked at those who approached. "Are you buying or wasting my time? Don't touch unless you pay." His vinegar was useful for cooking, but people felt uneasy near his harshness. Many walked away, unwilling to carry bitterness home. One afternoon, a traveler came to the market. He was weary from his journey and had little money. He approached Heron's stall and said softly, "Sir, I cannot pay much, but may I taste a little of your honey?" Heron smiled and poured a spoonful. "Taste it freely, my friend. Sweetness is meant to be shared." The traveler's eyes lit up as the honey touched his tongue. It was as if the long road, the dust, and the weariness melted away. He bowed deeply, gratitude overflowing. Later, he passed Koru's stall. Out of courtesy, he asked, "Sir, may I taste your vinegar as well?" Koru scowled. "Taste? Without paying? Get away, beggar. My vinegar is not for the likes of you." The traveler lowered his head and moved on. His heart carried the memory of Heron's kindness, while Koru's words dissolved into bitterness. Seasons passed. The market changed with time. People began to say, "Go to Heron for honey, for he is kind." His stall flourished, filled with laughter and friendship. Even those who could not buy would stop by, just to hear his gentle voice. Koru, meanwhile, found his stall emptier with each passing day. Though vinegar had its use, few wished to face his anger. His harsh words were heavier than his jars. One evening, as the market closed, Koru stood alone, watching Heron count his earnings. He muttered, "It is unfair. My vinegar is strong. His honey is simple. Why do people choose him?" Heron looked up and said gently, "Brother, it is not only what we sell, but how we speak. Honey on the tongue is sweet, but honey in the heart is sweeter still. People come not only for the taste, but for the kindness. Your vinegar is in your jars, but do not let it live on your tongue. Koru stood silent. His face softened. For the first time, he tasted the truth in Heron's words. Honey and vinegar both exist in this world. Honey soothes, vinegar stings. Our words can be like honey, bringing sweetness, comfort, and joy. Or they can be like vinegar, leaving bitterness and pain. The choice lies in every moment, in every breath, in every word we release. The Buddha taught, a word spoken in kindness is like a lotus blooming in muddy water. It brings beauty where none was before. Now, dear listener, take a slow breath in and a long breath out. Imagine your words as drops of honey, each drop falling gently, bringing sweetness to those around you. Let your tongue be gentle. Let your speech be kind. And as you rest tonight, allow this teaching to soften your own heart. Let your words tomorrow and in the days to come be like honey, nourishing everyone you meet. Drift deeper now, carried by the sweetness of breath, carried by the calm of this story. And when you are ready, let us walk together into the silence of the next tale. The Silent Monk. In a quiet monastery hidden deep in the mountains, there lived a young monk named Tissa. He was kind, diligent, and eager to learn. Every morning he swept the courtyard, fetched water, and joined the others in chanting. But there was something that troubled him deeply. Tissa loved to speak. Whenever he saw his brothers, he would chatter endlessly. He would comment on the weather, on the food, on the way others walked, or on the mistakes they made. Though he did not always mean harm, his words often spread like restless birds, flying into every corner of the monastery. One day, after a long session of chanting, the abbot called him gently. "Tissa, why do you speak so much? Do your words bring peace, or do they scatter peace away?" Tissa bowed his head, but remained silent. He thought his talking was harmless, but the abbot, seeing the unease in his eyes, decided to teach him in a different way. The next morning, the abbot gave Tissa a task. "For the next 7 days, my son, you shall take a vow of silence. No words shall leave your lips. Speak only through your actions. Let silence be your teacher." At first, Tissa thought it would be easy. How hard can silence be? He mused. But as the hours passed, he realized how much he wanted to speak. When he saw another monk stumble, his tongue itched to laugh. When he tasted bitter soup at lunch, he longed to complain. When the wind howled at night, he wished to whisper his fears, but he held his vow. Word by word, he swallowed them all, keeping them in the stillness of his heart. By the third day, something began to change. Tissa noticed the chirping of birds he had never heard before. He saw the patterns of sunlight moving across the temple floor. He felt the warmth of his breath rising and falling, steady and calm. Without speech, his senses grew sharper. He realized that many of his words had been like noise, unnecessary, restless, without purpose. In silence, he discovered a deep well of peace. On the fifth day, another monk grew angry during chores. He shouted at Tissa for forgetting to place the bucket in the right place. Normally, Tissa would have replied quickly, defending himself, but now he simply bowed his head in silence. His calmness disarmed the anger. The shouting faded, and the other monk felt ashamed of his harshness. Tissa realized sometimes silence is the most powerful response. When the 7 days ended, the abbot called Tissa once more. "My son," he asked, "what have you learned from your silence?" Tissa bowed and said softly, "Master, I have learned that silence can be more powerful than speech. When my tongue was quiet, I began to hear the world more clearly. I saw how many of my words were empty, how many were useless. I saw that silence itself can be a form of right speech. It is better to remain silent than to speak what is false, harsh, or meaningless." The abbot smiled, his eyes shining. "Yes, my child. Right speech is not only about the words we say, but also about the words we choose not to say. Silence, when held with wisdom, is not emptiness. It is presence. It allows space for peace, and it teaches us to let our words, when they do come, be true and kind." From that day, Tissa changed. He did not stop speaking, but he spoke less. And when he did speak, his words carried weight, like pearls offered with care. His silence had polished his tongue, just as still water reflects the moon more clearly than restless waves. Sometimes, the greatest wisdom is found not in speaking, but in silence. A harsh word can wound. An idle word can distract. But silence can heal, calm, and guide. Right speech does not mean speaking constantly. It means speaking wisely. And when speech is not wise, silence itself becomes right speech. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and feel the silence within you. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out gently. Notice the space between your breaths, the quiet pause, the stillness that is always present. Allow this silence to comfort you, to cradle you. You do not need to fill it with words. You do not need to explain or defend. Silence is enough. Silence is peace. As you rest tonight, carry with you the lesson of the silent monk. Let your words be few, and let your silence be wise. And now, let us journey onward into the next teaching. The King's Question. Long ago, in a vast kingdom filled with golden fields and quiet rivers, there ruled a king named Surya. He was wise in governance, strong in battle, and beloved by many. Yet, in his heart, a restlessness lingered. He had wealth, jewels, armies, and palaces, but he wondered if there was something more precious than all of these treasures. One evening, as the sun set in crimson hues behind the mountains, King Surya summoned his ministers. "Tell me," he asked, "what is the most valuable thing a man can possess? Is it gold? Is it land? Is it victory in war?" The ministers whispered among themselves. One said, "Gold, Your Majesty, for with gold you can buy anything." Another said, "Land, for land gives food and shelter." A third declared, "Victory, for with power comes respect." But the king was unsatisfied. He shook his head. Gold can be stolen. Land can be lost. Victory can fade. None of these answers bring me peace. The next day, a traveling monk entered the city. His robe was simple, his bowl empty, but his eyes shone with quiet light. The king, curious, invited him into the palace. "Holy One," the king said, "I have asked my ministers what is most valuable in this world. Their answers have left me unsatisfied. Tell me, what is truly greater than gold, land, or victory?" The monk bowed gently and replied, "Your Majesty, the most valuable thing is not found in your treasury or upon your throne. The most valuable thing is a single word spoken with truth and kindness. Such a word can outlast gold, outshine jewels, and outlive kings." The king leaned forward, intrigued. How can a word be greater than treasure? The monk smiled softly. Gold is heavy and can be lost. Land can be conquered. Victories can be forgotten. But a kind word, spoken at the right time, enters the heart and remains there. It can heal wounds that no medicine can touch. It can turn enemies into friends. It can guide a lost soul back to peace. Even when your reign is gone, Your Majesty, words of compassion will echo for generations. The king grew silent. He thought of his childhood, when his mother would comfort him with gentle words after nightmares. He thought of soldiers whose spirits rose when he spoke encouragement before battle. He remembered, too, the sharp words he had once spoken in anger, words that caused pain and regret. His heart softened. He turned to the monk and said, "Then it is true. One word of kindness is worth more than all the jewels in my crown." The monk bowed again. "Yes, Your Majesty. The Buddha taught that right speech is more precious than pearls, for it nourishes the heart. A gentle word is a treasure that can never be stolen, never be spent, never be exhausted. The tongue can be a blade or a balm. When we choose balm, we become richer than kings." From that day, King Surya changed the way he spoke. In his court, he encouraged his ministers with kindness instead of fear. In his villages, he greeted farmers and children with warmth instead of distance. His words became seeds of trust, and soon his kingdom blossomed with harmony. People remembered not only his power, but his gentleness. His legacy was not his palaces or battles, but the kindness of his speech. The thread of trust. In a small village surrounded by rice fields, there lived two friends, Jaya and Kumar. Since childhood, they had walked the same paths, played beneath the same trees, and shared food at the same tables. Their friendship was strong, like a rope woven of many threads. One season, as they grew into young men, Jaya borrowed a sum of money from Kumar. He promised to repay it after the harvest. Kumar trusted him completely, for never had Jaya broken his word. But when the time came, Jaya found himself tempted. The harvest had been poor, and though he could have repaid the debt with some sacrifice, he whispered to himself, "Kumar is my friend. If I delay, he will forgive me. Perhaps I need not tell him the whole truth." So when Kumar asked gently, "Brother, have you gathered enough to return what you owe?" Jaya replied with a smile, "Not yet. My harvest was too small. I have nothing left." In truth, he had hidden a portion of grain for himself. Days turned to weeks. Kumar began to hear whispers in the village. He learned that Jaya had indeed stored grain in his barn. His heart sank. He did not feel anger first. He felt sorrow. The rope of their friendship, woven over many years, now felt like a single, fragile thread. That evening, he went to Jaya's home. Looking into his friend's eyes, Kumar asked, "Why did you not speak honestly? If you had told me you struggled, I would have helped you. But your lie has cut me more deeply than your debt ever could." Jaya's face flushed. He stammered, "I feared your judgment. I thought it easier to hide the truth." Kumar shook his head slowly. "The harvest will return. money can be regained, but trust, once broken, may never be whole again. Jaya lay awake that night, unable to sleep. He replayed his words, the false smile, the heavy silence in Kumar's eyes. He realized that his lie had not protected him, it had poisoned him. What he had saved in grain, he had lost in friendship. The next morning, he carried the hidden grain to Kumar's house. Placing it before his friend, he bowed deeply. "Forgive me, my tongue betrayed you. I spoke falsely, and in doing so, I broke the most precious bond between us. Take this grain, but more than that, I beg you to accept my repentance." Kumar was silent for a long while. At last, he placed a hand on Jaya's shoulder. "I accept your grain. As for trust, it is like a thread. Once snapped, it cannot be mended to its first strength. But if we weave again, slowly, with patience, perhaps a new thread will form." Tears filled Jaya's eyes. He vowed never again to let false speech stain his tongue. Trust is delicate, like a thread spun from silk. It takes years to weave, but a single lie can snap it in an instant. Money, possessions, and harvests may be restored, but trust, once broken, may never return in the same way. The Buddha taught, 3 things cannot long remain hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Lies always reveal themselves, and when they do, they leave wounds deeper than the original fault. So let us guard our speech. Let us choose honesty, even when it is difficult. For honesty is the fabric of trust, and trust is the foundation of love and friendship. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and breathe softly. Inhale, exhale. Feel in your heart the delicate thread of trust you share with those you love. See how fragile it is, yet how beautiful when preserved. With every breath, imagine weaving this thread stronger, with honesty, with kindness, with care. And as you drift deeper into rest, carry the vow of truthful speech within you. For the next story awaits, the gentle power of a child's compliment. The Child's Compliment. In a small town where narrow streets wound between old stone houses, there lived a teacher named Ramu. He had taught in the village school for many years, guiding children in reading, writing, and numbers. Yet inside, Ramu carried a heavy heart. When he was young, others had told him that he was not talented, that his voice was weak, that his presence was small. Those words had settled deep within him, like stones sinking to the bottom of a river. Though he smiled each day for his students, he often felt that his life had little meaning. One morning, As he entered the classroom, a little girl named Mira ran up to him. She placed a flower she had picked along the road upon his desk and said brightly, "Teacher, your smile makes the whole class happy. When you smile, I feel safe." Her words were simple, innocent, spoken without thought of reward. But to Ramu, they struck like light breaking through clouds. That night, as he walked home, he remembered her voice. "Your smile makes the whole class happy." He touched his face and realized he had forgotten the value of such a small gift. His smile, something he had thought meaningless, carried warmth to others. The next day, he smiled more easily. When a child stumbled over a word, he smiled gently and encouraged. When another grew restless, he smiled with patience and calmed the storm. Slowly, the classroom changed. The children felt lighter, more joyful, more eager to learn. Weeks passed, and Ramu noticed something stirring within him. The heaviness of old words, those voices of doubt and judgment, began to fade. In their place was the echo of a child's compliment, repeated in his heart, "Your smile makes us happy." Years later, Ramu grew old. His hair turned white. His hands trembled. Yet he still walked each day to the school. Generations of children came and went, and many remembered not only his lessons, but his smile. One evening, as the sun set golden over the town, Mira, now grown and with children of her own, returned to visit. She brought her son to meet the old teacher. "This is the man," she told her child, "who taught me not only letters and numbers, but the power of kindness. When he smiled, he gave us courage." The boy bowed shyly. Ramu's eyes filled with tears. A single compliment, given long ago by a child, had carried him through years of teaching, had lit a flame that never went out. Words do not need to be grand to carry power. Even the smallest compliment, spoken with sincerity, can change a life. A kind word may seem fleeting to the speaker, but to the listener, it can echo for years, shaping choices, softening hearts, and offering hope. The Buddha taught, "Better than 1,000 praises is one word that brings joy to the heart." So let us never underestimate the gift of gentle speech. What may seem small to us may be the very seed of transformation for another. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and breathe softly. Inhale, exhale. Recall a moment when someone spoke kindly to you. Feel how that memory still warms your heart, even now. And perhaps, as you drift into rest, you may remember, your words too have this power. A single compliment, offered sincerely, can be the light in someone's long night. as you fall deeper into stillness, carry this truth with you. And let us move now, gently, toward the next tale. The Angry Father, the Gentle Son. In a quiet village near the edge of the forest, there lived a farmer named Dev. He was strong and hard-working, but his temper often flared like fire in dry grass. His wife and children feared his outbursts, for his voice thundered when he was displeased. Among his children was his youngest son, Aaron, a boy of gentle heart. While his brothers learned to plow and sow, Aaron loved to sit by the stream, listening to the sound of water and birds. He often spoke softly, choosing words with care, as though each word were a pebble he placed gently upon the earth. One evening, Dev returned from the fields exhausted. The harvest had been poor, and his heart was heavy with frustration. As he entered the house, he saw that the evening meal was late. His face darkened, his breath grew heavy, and his voice burst forth. "Why is the food not ready? Why must I always wait? This house is filled with idleness." His words cracked through the air like a whip. His wife lowered her head, frightened. His older sons avoided his eyes. But little Aaron stepped forward. Instead of meeting fire with fire, the boy bowed gently and said, "Father, you have worked so hard today. Please sit and rest. I will fetch water for you. The food will be ready soon, and it will give you strength." Dev's anger paused, as though struck by a sudden breeze. The boy's voice carried no fear, no defiance, only gentleness. His words were like cool rain upon burning embers. Slowly, Dev's shoulders lowered. He sat upon the mat. Aaron hurried to bring water, and as he placed it before his father, he added softly, "Your work feeds us all. We are grateful." The fire of anger within Dev melted. He looked into his son's calm eyes and saw no resistance, no judgment, only love. His own heart softened, and he whispered, "My child, your words have quieted me more than silence ever could." From that day forward, whenever Dev felt his temper rising, he remembered Aaron's gentle speech. The boy had not argued, had not shouted, had not met harshness with harshness. Instead, he had met it with kindness, and in doing so, had transformed it. Over time, Dev changed. His voice, once a storm, grew softer. His family no longer trembled at his anger, for it came less and less. The seed of gentleness planted by his son had taken root in his heart. Anger is fire. If we feed it with harsh words, it grows and consumes all around it. But if we meet anger with gentleness, it begins to cool. One kind word can stop a storm. One gentle phrase can quiet a roaring heart. The Buddha taught, hatred is never appeased by hatred. Only by love is hatred appeased. This is an eternal law. When we meet harshness with harshness, the fire spreads. When we meet it with gentleness, the fire begins to die. Now, dear listener, close your eyes. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out slowly. Feel the warmth in your own chest. Imagine anger as a fire and your gentle words as cool rain falling softly upon it. You do not need to fight fire with fire. You can meet it with kindness. You can choose words that soothe, not burn. As you drift further into stillness tonight, carry with you the truth of Aaron's lesson, that gentleness is stronger than anger, and that a calm word can bring peace where a shout cannot. And now, let us walk together into the next story. The Water in the Rock. In a valley where mountains touched the clouds, there was a great stone cliff. Its face was hard, dark, and cold. At its base, a small stream flowed. Day after day, drop by drop, the water touched the rock. The villagers often laughed at the stream. "Why do you waste yourself, little one?" they said. "The rock is mighty. You are weak. You will never change it." But the water did not argue. It did not shout. It simply continued, drop by drop, patient and gentle. Near the cliff lived two brothers, Savi and Pala. Savi, the elder, was hot-tempered and proud. His words were sharp, and when anger rose, he struck with his tongue like a blade. Pala, the younger, was soft-spoken. His words were few, but they were kind. One evening, as they worked in the fields, a mistake was made. A bundle of grain was left uncovered, and rain ruined much of the harvest. Savi exploded in fury. "You are useless, Pala. Every season you make mistakes. You shame me." Pala lowered his head. He could have shouted back. He could have defended himself, but instead, he spoke softly. "Brother, I am sorry. Next season, I will be more careful. Let us try again together." Savi sneered, his anger like the rock. But Pala's words, gentle and steady, were like drops of water. Days turned into weeks. Again and again, Savi's anger flared, and again, Pala answered with patience. At first, it seemed to change nothing. The rock of anger remained hard, but slowly, something unseen was happening. The sharp edge of Savi's fury began to wear down. His shouts grew shorter. His pauses grew longer. Sometimes, after an outburst, he would remember his brother's calm reply and feel ashamed. One evening, when the sun set in a blaze of orange, Savi turned to Pala and whispered, "Why do you not fight me? Why do you not strike back? I have given you anger, yet you give me kindness." Pala smiled softly, "Because anger is heavy, brother. If I carry it, it will crush me. But kindness is light. It gives me strength. Just as water softens the rock, kindness softens the heart. One day, even the hardest stone can be changed." That night, Savi could not sleep. He thought of the stream at the base of the cliff, how it had flowed patiently since his childhood, wearing away the rock grain by grain. He realized that his brother's words were like that water, gentle but unstoppable. From then on, Savi began to change. His voice, once filled with thunder, softened. It was not immediate, it was not sudden, but little by little, like stone worn by water, his anger dissolved. Gentle words may seem small. They may seem powerless against the hardness of anger. But with patience, they can transform even the coldest heart. Harshness meets resistance. Kindness, repeated with steadiness, melts resistance away. The Buddha taught, as rain does not break a well-thatched house, so anger does not break a mind well-trained in kindness. Let us be like the water, soft, patient, and enduring. For in time, even the rock must yield. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and breathe softly. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. Imagine yourself as water, clear, calm, flowing. Each word you speak is a drop. Each drop touches the world. Be patient, be steady, be kind. Like the water, your gentle words will shape the rock of life. And as you drift deeper into peace, let us prepare for the last tale of this journey. The final blessing. In a forest monastery, far from the noise of the cities, there lived an old teacher named Mahinda. His hair was white as snow, his steps slow, yet his eyes shone with a quiet radiance. For many decades, he had guided monks, villagers, and travelers with wisdom and compassion. As the years passed, the teacher grew frail. His students cared for him tenderly, preparing his meals, bringing water, and sitting by his side to listen to his soft voice. They knew the time was approaching when their beloved master would leave this world. One evening, as the sun sank behind the trees and the forest filled with the hum of crickets, Mahinda called his students to gather. They sat in silence, their hearts heavy, for they sensed that these might be his final words. The old teacher looked at each of them with love. "My children," he began, "you have followed me for many years. You have heard my teachings. You have practiced with diligence. But tonight, I will give you my last blessing, not with rituals or ceremonies, but with words. Words that I hope will live in your hearts long after I am gone." The monks leaned closer, listening with their whole being. Mahinda spoke slowly, his breath gentle, his voice like a soft stream. "Remember always that your words are seeds. Speak what is true, and you plant trust. Speak what is kind, and you plant joy. Speak what is gentle, and you plant peace. Even one word, offered with compassion, can be a blessing greater than gold." He paused to breathe, and the forest seemed to listen with him. He continued, "There will be times when anger burns in your chest. Hold your tongue. Wait until kindness returns. There will be times when silence is wiser than speech. Treasure silence, for silence too can heal. And when you must speak, speak so that your words are like honey, sweet enough to soothe, light enough to nourish, lasting enough to be remembered." Tears filled the students' eyes. Some wept silently, moved by the simplicity and tenderness of his final teaching. Mahinda smiled. His voice grew softer, yet still clear. "Do not think of me as leaving you. Think of me as becoming part of every kind word you speak. Each time you heal another with speech, each time you comfort someone with your voice, I will be there. That will be my blessing, living on through you." That night, the teacher closed his eyes and passed away peacefully, like a flame that goes out after lighting many lamps. The monks mourned, but their sorrow was softened by the sweetness of his final words. And in the days and years that followed, they carried his blessing into the world. Wherever they went, they spoke with kindness. They healed divisions, comforted the sorrowful, and spread peace with their gentle voices. And so, though the teacher's body was gone, his blessing remained alive, flowing through every kind word, echoing through every gentle phrase, like honey poured endlessly from the heart. Our words can outlive us. Long after we are gone, they remain in the hearts of others. A final blessing, spoken with compassion, may guide someone for a lifetime. Right speech is not just about avoiding harm. It is about offering blessings with every word we choose. The Buddha taught, "Speak only words that do not harm, that are good, that are pleasing to the ear, that go to the heart." So let us remember, the most precious blessing we can leave behind is not wealth nor monuments, but words of truth and kindness. Now, dear listener, breathe deeply. Inhale slowly. Exhale softly. Imagine the old teacher's blessing resting in your heart. Feel his words like warm honey flowing through your veins. Gentle, soothing, timeless. Carry this blessing with you as you rest. Let it cradle you, comfort you, and guide you into peace. And now, with 12 stories shared, let us close this journey with a gentle reflection. Dear friend, you have journeyed with me through 12 gentle stories. Each story carried a seed, a teaching, a reminder of the Buddha's path of right speech. Now, as the night deepens, let us rest together in what we have learned. We have seen that words are echoes in the mountains, returning to us what we give. We have seen that harsh tongues wound, but gentle words heal. We have seen that sweet words open hearts, while bitter words close them. We have seen that words can build bridges, or they can build walls. We have seen that words can be honey, nourishing and kind, or vinegar, sharp and stinging. We have seen that even silence, when wise, is a form of right speech. We have seen that a single kind word is worth more than gold, more than victory, more than crowns. We have seen that lies break the thread of trust, while truth weaves bonds that endure. We have seen that even a child's small compliment can change a life forever. We have seen that gentle speech can calm the fire of anger, like cool rain on burning coals. We have seen that patience in words, like water, can soften even the hardest rock. And finally, we have seen that the last blessing of a wise teacher is not wealth or monuments, but kind words that echo beyond a lifetime. Right speech is not about speaking much. It is about speaking well. It is not about silence alone. It is about knowing when silence is wisdom. It is not about pleasing others. It is about planting seeds of truth, compassion, and peace. Every word you speak is a seed. You may never see how it grows, but somewhere in someone's heart, it will take root. So choose your words as you would choose the most precious seeds, planting only what you wish to harvest. Now, let us breathe together. Inhale deeply, feeling the cool air fill your body. Exhale slowly, releasing all heaviness, all harshness, all burdens. Again, breathe in, gentle, calm, true, and breathe out, soft, kind, free. Let your tongue rest quietly. Let your heart speak in silence. Let your whole being settle into peace. You do not need to remember every story tonight. You do not need to hold on to every lesson. Your heart has already received what it needs. Like water sinking into soil, the teachings have entered quietly. In time, they will bloom. Now, your only task is to rest, to allow your breath to carry you deeper into stillness, to allow your body to sink into the comfort beneath you, to allow your mind to let go, like a bird folding its wings at dusk. As you drift toward sleep, imagine your words tomorrow. Imagine them as lanterns, each one glowing softly. When you speak, you will place a lantern in the world. Some lanterns will guide, some will comfort, some will heal. And together, they will light the path, not only for others, but also for yourself. Right speech is not only a gift to others, it is a gift to your own heart. When you speak truth, you feel whole. When you speak kindness, you feel light. When you speak peace, you rest in peace. So tonight, let this peace wrap around you like a warm blanket. Let it hold you gently. Let it whisper to you, even in dreams. Speak gently, speak truly, speak with love. You are safe now. You are loved. You are enough. Close your eyes fully. Breathe in once more. And breathe out, releasing everything. Fall into silence. Fall into stillness. Fall into sleep. The teachings will remain with you. They will rise again when you need them, like dawn after the night. Rest now, dear friend. Rest in the sweetness of right speech. Rest in the calm of your own gentle breath. From here, let there be only silence, ambient sound, and soft meditation music, carrying you gently into the deepest sleep.